Good morning and welcome back to Bowl TV for the 2016 United States Bowling Congress Senior Queens. Match play continues. This morning from Las Vegas, we are at the Orleans Bowling Center in the entertainment capital of the world, and our opening match today will feature top seed USBC Hall of Famer Tish Johnson taking on Christy Witcher in a three-game match, total pinfall determining who advances. We'll give you a rundown of everything that happened in match play on Wednesday. Only 16 competitors remain, and they are all on the lanes right now. So both winner's bracket and elimination games going at the moment. This is a winner's quarterfinal match. Both of these players won their opening two matches to make it here today, to get one step closer to making the stepladder finals taking place tonight, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 Pacific local time. I'm Aaron Smith, alongside Emil Williams Jr. Welcome to Bowl TV, and we'll get you a rundown in just a moment. Thanks for joining. A nice start for both of our competitors here on 19 and 20. Opening three for Tish before 9 spare in the fourth. Christy will cross over, take the break. She's clean through 4, still looking for that first double, however. To make it to this match, as we mentioned, Tish was the top overall seed after 15 games of qualifying. That's when we cut to the top 32 for this double elimination match play bracket. Tish defeated Melanie McAllister in the opening round, 648 to 531. What a break. Christy Witcher cashing it in after defeating Melanie. Tish bested Terry Ward, 700 to 580 to make it here. Christy was the number 8 seed. She started off with a 603 to 570 win over Lisa Wasson out of Murphy, Texas. Christy then went on to defeat Sharon Aronson out of Turlock, California, 603 to 560. Our other winners bracket matches going on. Karen Barkal against Sandra Schultz. Sharon Powers taking on Robin Romeo. That's over on 15 and 16, so not too far away from us. And Australia's Robin Flynn taking on Roseanne Costanzo. Once again, all these matches going on at the moment. In the elimination bracket, we have Beth Owen Chipolewski taking on Karen Miller. Michelle Carter taking on 2011 champion Paula Vidal. Barbara Batt taking on Jeanette Baker. And two-time Senior Queens champion Lucy Sandlin taking on Deborah Lee from Canada. Once again, all matches going on across the center. Great shot by Tish in the 6th, and staring down an 8-pin. So we'll see what Christie does here after cashing in 2 fortunate hits. After going left on the last 2 shots, overcompensates just a little bit, ends up missing the head pin right. Staring down a washout here in the early going. This week's condition, 40 feet in length. Just a tad under 24 milliliters for the volume. Great cover by Christie. Stay clean through 6. And we're using the Fire Oil conditioner from Kegel, our official lane maintenance provider and a gold industry partner. Big thanks to them, along with Columbia 300, Hammer and Storm, for their continued support of these great events. Question in the chat. These are 3-game sets, total pinfall determining who makes it to the next round. There's the shot Christie's looking for. So definitely a long way to go here. Both players kind of feeling out the condition. They've seen it quite a few times already, but still got to make the shots out there. And after 3 strikes to kick things off, 4 9-counts in a row for Tish. No problem on the spare, but got to feel a little bit frustrated about being that close to having the front 7 and staring down 4 consecutive spares. Now Tish gets the kick. Gives it a little slap. Got to have a little fun out there, especially after a few stubborn hits. Over on 15 and 16, it's going to have Robin Romeo and Sharon Powers, also a winner's quarterfinal match. The match shaping up to be a good one early on. Both players clean. Through 8 frames. Both both have a few doubles up there as well. And just enough of the 10 pin for Christie. Don't need to hit it too hard. Just gotta knock it over. Match on 23 and 4. Robin Flynn from Australia and Roseanne Costanzo facing off. That's once again a winner's bracket match. Flynn clean through 6. 2 early opens for Costanzo, making for about 20 pin difference early on. Big thanks to everyone for joining us here. It's bright and early in the morning in Las Vegas, but already in the afternoon on the East Coast, so wherever you may be joining us from, we certainly appreciate it. Big thanks to Michael Donahue for checking in and saying hello. We appreciate the continued support. Over on 15 and 16 and open in the 9th frame from our two-time defending champion Robin Romeo. She can max out at 209. Max score for Sharon Powers, 238. Romeo once again looking for an unprecedented third consecutive Senior Queens title. Late trip of the 7, Tish Johnson. Always has a flair for the dramatics. Playing with the crowd here a little bit too. That hit can still get her into the 220s now. Get another kick on the 7. Now one shot away from 226. Tish tripping everything here at the end of game 1. 226 for the Hall of Famer. So she'll have the advantage regardless going into game 2. It's just a matter of by how much. Christie delivers on the first one. 215 still available, so Tish will hold at least an 11-pin advantage. See if Christie can make it 2 for 2 in the 10th. Over on 15 and 16. Robin Romeo finished with 209. She delivered all 3 in the 10th. Sharon Powers left a 10-pin on her first shot. She covered it up. She can get to 218 with a strike. .217 to 209. Sharon Powers ahead of Robin Romeo. After one, the Robin Flynn Roseanne Costanzo match. Still a few frames behind there in the 8th. .11-pin match here. 226, 215 advantage. Tish Johnson over Christie Witcher. This is 2016 USBC Senior Queens coming to you live from the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Match play kicked off yesterday after 15 games of qualifying. We went from a 32-player bracket down to 16, all them bowling right now. It says at the bottom this is a winners quarterfinal match. So both of these competitors won their opening 2 matches last night. So they got a little bit bigger break versus the folks who had a loss and had to go through the elimination bracket. So One person from this match will be one match closer to making it onto the Stepladder finals, which will be broadcast live on Bowl TV at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 local time here in Las Vegas. However, whoever gets defeated here, not out of the tournament, still will have the opportunity to make the Stepladder through the elimination bracket. Early double for Christy Witcher out of Belfair, Washington. We've seen her quite a bit over the past few years in these top senior events, and always a threat to make that Stepladder final. A past women's championships titleist. A member of the 1996 Classic Team Champion. Tish Johnson, the lone left-hander left in the field. I just said left a lot. That's okay. It's early in the morning. Christy Witcher bringing the business here in game 2. Robin Flynn is going to hold the advantage over Roseanne Costanzo. Costanzo finished with 170 in game 1. Flynn working on a double, getting ready to start the 10th. She can still get to 224 with 3 strikes. Looks like she found disaster though. Pocket 710. So she'll still hold the advantage, but a little bit less than she was hoping for. Krista takes care of the bucket in frame number 4. Always a little scary with that one. Never know what you're going to run into.
That's very tricky.
It is tricky. Good morning, Emil Williams Jr. Welcome back to Bowl TV.
Hey, how's it going, Mr. Smith?
It's going. We're getting down to the exciting conclusion here. The 2016 Senior Queens has been quite a bit of fun already, and the real fun starts later tonight with the stepladder final. Once again, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 local time here in Las Vegas. The top 5 players are going to join us on that. And we're down to 16, so it's going to be gonna have quite a few matches here, but this is the cream of the crop, if you will. Any one of these competitors has already proven that they can handle this 40-foot pattern and can make a run. It's just about executing at this point.
Just from an update standpoint, folks, excuse me, I'll be able to, over the top 7. That's never a fun hit right there.
No, sir.
A story about over the top 7s, but probably tell that a little later.
All right.
Nonetheless, updates. Right after these games get into at least halfway through the second, or probably completion of the second game, just make a quick walk down to see where the other matches stand. You can let the folks who are at home or at work or wherever you may be watching, let you know what's going on in all the particular matches. We can't see what's going on either end of us from a score standpoint. We can see the bowlers. We cannot see scores.
Quite a match we have developing here on 19 and 20, our featured pair. Our featured pair is going to change throughout the day just because of the schedule and a lot of people flipping back and forth. So we might hit a few pairs today before it's all said and done. Oh, wow. 9-pin for Tish in the 6th. I think she's a 10-pin away from the back row here in the early going. Had an 8-pin in the opening match. A few 7-pins along the way.
Bad break for a bad break. For Witcher, of course, just left top 7 on that very lane. Tiff leaves a stone, a 9-pin.
Once again, we've mentioned a few times throughout the telecast this week that Tish has been the runner-up here the past 3 years, falling to Lucy Sandelin in 2013 and Robin Romeo the past 2 years. So if there's anyone who has the determination to get things done this week, it's the USBC and PWBA Hall of Famer. She bounces back with a strike in frame number 7. But yeah, definitely too close to call right now, and so we hit the home stretch of game 2. Great shot from Christie in the 7th. Update over on 15 and 16. Sharon Powers. Spare in the 1st and the 5th frame. Everything else strikes, so she can still shoot 266 this game. Our 2-time defending champion, Robin Romeo, just delivered a strike in the 8th frame. Her max score, 248. Robin Flynn holds a 20-pin advantage over Roseanne Costanza, 190 to 170. Our other winners bracket match over on 11 and 12. Karen Barkal up by 3 over Sandra Schultz, 182 to 179. Big double for Witcher to keep the pressure on Tish. Tish delivers right back. Could hear, got the 9 out that time.
Christie, the 8th seed. After qualifying, and I don't remember exactly the game we saw her come across our pairs here, Aaron, but we both were talking about, I believe it was the Burn Squad on Tuesday, but we both were chatting and recognized, of course, the line where she was playing on the lanes. And just kind of doing what she had to do, keeping the angles closed, but she had it right. And so at this point, no surprise that she not only is in the match, but very well could win it.
And another tough break on carry for Tish there. That 7th and did just about everything but fall down, and a little bit of frustration you saw too. Working on a double. That's just it's just tough when you're throwing it well and the pins aren't cooperating.
Spare in the 9th frame as Christie had crossed over there in the 9th, but it would have been a great shot and a big shot had she been able to put up the 3 back and headed into the 10th frame. Looking at potentially taking the lead there, although she still might have that opportunity here. Taking the lead in the match after 2. Percentage would have been greater for that chance to happen. That one's got to get up, and she'll leave a bucket. Left that on this very lane back in the 4th frame. And now she'll have to convert that twice in this game, and most importantly here in the 10th frame.
I don't know if it's my angle, but it looks like the 2-pin is a little slid over.
She's got to hurry.
And unable to get the 8 in the back. So despite a few rough hits there, Tish is going to extend her lead, but I'm sure she knows over the course of her unbelievable PWBA career that no lead is safe in this situation until it's mathematically done. So she'll increase the cushion, but Christy Wisher's still going to be in this match.
Oh yeah, she's still in striking distance, no doubt about that. And for Christy, she's just got to shake that off. Also, of course, she left some pins out there and had more to gain. So she can come out as she did this game. A quick double. Some confidence. Let Tish know she's still hanging around there as well. Tish can get the pins to fall and cooperate. Should be in the 250s.
Another great match brewing on 15 and 16. Sharon Powers just delivered 243, Robin Romeo 225. So Sharon Powers has the advantage going into the finale, 460 to 434. So two-time defending champ's going to need to make up 26 pins to stay in the winner's bracket.
Every other game, or excuse me, match is still in the second game. In fact, see one going down to the 10th frame, but the others are maybe about the 6th frame, looks like.
An early nickel in game 3 for Christy. I think she knows that she's going to need to put up the game here, because even though Carrie hasn't necessarily agreed with Tish, she really hasn't missed the pocket. I can think of one shot that ran really through the nose. And she left the 610. Maybe a second one, she left a 2-pin as well. But I feel she's going to have to put up a number, because Tish, this is what we've seen Tish do all week, is just 220s, 230s, making it look easy. Gets one of those hits back, tripping the 6 forward to kick things off. The other two winners bracket matches around us still in the 7th, 8th frames of game 2. So as soon as they get a little bit closer, we'll get you an update on them. Early open for Sharon Powers in the 2nd frame against Robin Romeo. Romeo delivering a double. Finds herself down 26 entering this game. She's going to make up those pins pretty quickly. Trouble in the third for Christie, 4-6. Tish already held a 29-pin advantage, early double. She's going to add on to that here. Make it a three-bagger. This is the 2016 USBC Senior Queens. We're continuing match play today until we make it down to the top 5 competitors for the Stepladder final taking place tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 local time here in Las Vegas. Trouble in the fourth, 4-6-10 for Tish after starting with the front three. Still has a nearly 30-pin cushion from the first two.
From afar, you imagine that is the second game, but Lucy Sanderland is stepping up into the 10th frame, and she can shoot 290. We'll get a 2-game update for you once those are into the third. I'll make the walk here momentarily, but she's got 290 left.
She was inspired by talking to you this morning, it appears, so good job. You riled up a Hall of Famer, so now she's striking.
First one for Lucy in the 10th is good.
Tish bounces back with the mixer. So Tish up 48 overall in the match as we hit the back half of game 3. Gets back one of those not so kind hits from earlier as she goes to the nose and caves everything in.
By the way, Lucy with 10 pin on the second shot in the 10th, made the spare. 16 bowlers remaining, as Aaron mentioned. All in play currently. 8 matches going on simultaneously. Winners bracket and elimination bracket matches.
All right, Christy Witcher delivers 2 more strikes to make it 3 in a row, and kind of feel this, she's got to continue this to have a chance here. And there's a second 4-6-10 from Tish here in game 3. So Christy throwing a few strikes, at least letting Tish know she's still there, and it's going to draw a little bit closer. Tish comes back with a strike in the 8th. Still think Witcher is in must-strike mode here. Can't rely on too many more opportunities like that from a USBC and PWBA Hall of Famer. Crosses over, leaves the 6. Not sure the correct word to describe what's happening on 15 and 16. This is just an impressive match going on to the left of our feature pair, Sharon Powers and Robin Romeo, to stay in the winner's bracket. Powers held a 26-pin lead going into the final game and just left a 2-4-10 in frame 8. Romeo working on 3 in a row. Powers can strike out to shoot 210. She'll be stepping up in the 9th in a moment. Dropped that max at 200, leaves the 4-pin. Tish trips the 6. So just a matter of finishing up this 10th frame. Tish Johnson is going to get one step closer to making it to another stepladder final here at the Senior Queens. That's going to do it, folks. Tish Johnson moving on to the next round. Just a matter of final score. After Tish's next shot, we're going to move the camera actually over to 15 and 16. We'll get the 10th frame of the Romeo and Powers match. So don't mind the camera. This is Romeo's 9th frame.
Fish Johnson officially in 230. 682. Nice start to the day. And here is Robin Romeo in the 10th frame. What a shot.
We're going to get the scoreboard up there in a second. It's not pretty, but considering the time circumstances,
hey,
it'll get the
Aaron Smith doing some work.
It'll get the job done. 236 max for Robin. If she gets this next one, that would be enough to shut out with decent count in the 10th. Once again, the difference, 26 pins, the most Sharon Powers can get to, 200 even. So potential of a tie here as well. All right, Sharon Powers not locked out. Final score of the Johnson-Witcher match, 682 to 623. Robin takes the one, 225. They'll put her at 659. So Sharon Powers, here's the situation.
How about that?
3 strikes, she advances. 2 strikes, 9. We have a tie. Anything less, Robin Romeo, 2-time defending champion, advances 1 more round.
It's gotta hurry.
That is not what she was hoping for. Robin Romeo is going to hold on, makes up the deficit in the final game. To continue in the winner's bracket. Powers left at 2-4-10 in the 8th frame. Made a run at it, only got the 4-pin. She'll finish with 185 in this game. So 659 to 645. Robin Romeo advancing against Sharon Powers.
I'm gonna go get some updates for the folks watching at home.
All right, and we're gonna move the cameras one more time. We're in the 5th frame in the Robin Flynn Roseanne Costanzo match, so hopefully no one's experiencing any motion sickness from all this moving of the camera, but we'll pan across. Get you over to 23 and 24 as Emil makes the run check on some other scores. So we're not going to get all of the approach, but we'll have some of it. This is Roseanne Costanzo stepping up in frame 5, working on a spare. Rings the 10. The score of this match after 2, Robin Flynn of Australia with the advantage, 374 to 349. See about getting the scoreboard up there as well. So once again, we apologize that for the quick purpose of getting these cameras up and going, it's not going to be 100% level, but we do have the score up there now. Robin Flynn getting ready to step up in the 6th frame with the advantage and delivers the strike. Big double for Robin Flynn, clean through 7. Looking to make it to the semifinals here in the winner's bracket. Robin, one of the last ones in, we saw her put on an impressive performance in the opening round here on Bowl TV against Barbara Batt, finishing with a big 249 to seal the deal. And has used that momentum since. Emil is back. I'll let you update these good folks on what else is going on.
Absolutely. So winners bracket matches, 1-pin match between Sandy Schultz and Karen Barkal. Down on 11 and 12. We've got a solid view of that, so we can see that one up close. Of course, Tish and Robin have moved on. Also, Roseanne Costanzo and Robin Flynn, of course. Robin Flynn, the match we're watching now with the advantage in our losers, or beg your pardon, elimination bracket. Beth Owen and Chipaleski leading 404 to 360. She is facing Karen Miller. That one getting down to the 8th frame. Paula Vidal leading Michelle Carter 392 to 324. One match complete down there. Jeanette Baker continues her strong showing in this elimination bracket. 646 to 575 over Barbara Batt. So Barbara is eliminated, number 3 seed. She had a great tournament as well. And Lucy Sandelin, 527 to 359 over Deborah Lee. Strength of that nice 279 game in game 2. So it looks like Lucy will certainly move on. That is where we currently stand. I'm sure, as Aaron has already mentioned, Tish Johnson will face the winner of the Karen Barkal and Sandy Schultz match. Robin Romeo will face either Roseanne Costanzo and Robin Flynn.
Flynn was up 25 heading into this match, and strike here in the 8th will just about take care of business. Smile on the face and a shake of the head means carry was good. So once again, we had a very nice representation internationally here, the 2016 Senior Queens. I believe 3 out of the 4 representatives from Australia made it into match play. 2 of them still alive in the tournament, Flynn and Jeanette Baker. So the max score for Roseanne Costanzo, 204. Robin Flynn already in the 180s, so Flynn is going to take on Robin Romeo. Those semifinal matches the winners will determine at least 2 of the spots in the Stepladder finals. So the winners of those matches guaranteed a ticket at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 Pacific, here on Bowl TV. So for Roseanne Costanzo, she'll have to move on to the elimination bracket. But we'll still have the opportunity to win a few more matches to advance on. Roseanne Costanzo in the books with 170. That'll give her 519. Final shot for Robin Flynn. 213. Give her 587 to 519 unofficially. The winning total. Flynn advances. Costanzo on to the elimination bracket. So I think we have to turn the cameras one more time. To our final winners bracket match. And we're moving. How about that? This is the 10th frame between Sandra Schultz and Karen Barkal. Sandra Schultz stepping up. This is her 10th frame. Barkal already in the books with 210. She was down by a pin. Schultz will need the first two. So needs a strike here. Through the nose. She had 154 in the 8th. A strike in the 9th. So even if she's able to convert the 6, 7, 10, that would only put her at 194. So Karen will advance to face Tish Johnson for a spot in the Stepladder finals. The official final tally 592 to 565. So our semifinals now determined.
Yes, indeed. Just about every match complete. Just joining us, we've been doing some camera movement after our featured pair was complete. Tish Johnson defeated Christy Witcher on the opening match. Moved the cameras to Robin Romeo, two pairs to the left. Sharon Powers had an opportunity to send Robin to the elimination bracket. She had struck out. Did not get the first strike in the 10th frame, so Robin Romeo remains in the winner's bracket along with Tish Johnson. They're on the road to the Stepladder yet again. We saw Karen Barkal defeat Sandy Schultz 592 to 565. Again, that is a winner's bracket match. Barkal will move on to face Tish Johnson in the winner's bracket semifinal. And Robin Romeo will take on Australia's Robin Flynn in the winner's bracket semifinal number 2. We've had some, of course, elimination matches going on throughout as well. All competitors were bowling simultaneously. Board is being updated, of course, as we speak. Lucy Sandelin finishing things up. Sandelin had a commanding lead after 2, 527 to 359. She, I believe, defeated Deb Lee of Canada. So Beth Owen has moved on. She did defeat Karen Miller, looks like 6-17. She moves on. She will take on Sandy Schultz. That match will actually take place on 17 and 18 at 10:45. Again, Kay Witcher, who mentioned, lost to Tish Johnson. She will face the winner, the Michelle Carter-Paula Vidal match. That is finishing up currently. Jeanette Baker. She defeated Barbara Batt in an elimination match, 646 to 575. She will take on Sharon Powers. And of course, Roseanne Costanzo.
All right, we'll get a final shot or two here from Michelle Carter, the 2016 National Golden Ladies Champion. Joining us from California as we wrap up the opening round here. Started with Tish Johnson taking on Christy Witcher. In our winners quarterfinal, we switched over to Robin Romeo and Sharon Powers, also on the winner's side for the end of their match. Caught the end of Robin Flynn and Roseanne Costanzo, as well as the conclusion of Sandra Schultz versus Karen Barkal. So a lot of excitement, a lot of work by the camera, getting all over the place here. But that will conclude our opening set of matches.
All right, bowling fans, that concludes
Let Greg Moore say it best.
The semifinals are now set. Coming up at 10:45 will be the next round of elimination matches and your semifinals in the winner's bracket. The winners of the semifinals will advance to a head-to-head match to determine who's the #1 and the #2 seed for the television show Stepladder this evening at 6:30. That action begins promptly at 10:45.
So you heard it from Greg Moore, 10:45 the start time for our next block. So practice will be starting up usually about 10 minutes beforehand. So we got about a 20-minute wait in between squats. So we'll leave the cameras running here at the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas, Nevada at the 2016 USBC Senior Queens. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. As we wait for the next round, we'll do some adjusting with the cameras, but hang tight. We'll be right back here on Bowl TV.
semifinals will face each other for the number 1 and number 2 seed on the Stepladder finals, which will be tonight at 6:30. And the winners of the elimination bracket will advance to the second to last round of the elimination bracket, headed towards the infamous 4 to-take 3 spots match. All that begins at 12:30, and the 4 to-take 3 match will begin 20 minutes following the conclusion of the 12:30 match. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the USBC Queens comes to town starting on Saturday. They'll go 3 rounds of qualifying, followed by a top 63 plus the defending champion. They will enter double elimination just like these ladies are going in. That will conclude on Thursday, May 26th at 5 p.m. local time with a live television broadcast on the CBS Sports Network. There is no admission charge. Only on a first-come, first-served basis. Also on May 26th, we will take 3 finals from previous PWBA tour to be aired later on the CBS Sports Network. Those tapings will be at 10 a.m. North County 8 p.m. the Las Vegas Open, the Sonoma County Open, and the Sacramento Open. Come out Thursday, May the 26th, and enjoy the exciting TV finals of 4 different events, including a live broadcast of the Queens Stepladder finals. Ladies, this is your 2-minute warning. 2 minutes remaining in practice. Practice is complete. Please no more delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that no flash photography is allowed during competition. Please set your cell phones to vibrate, and remember that the area in front of the counter is the field of play and is reserved for our bowlers. Ladies, if you need your airless reverse, please raise your hand, and Mr. Chip will take care of you. Your lane should be coming on for competition. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, folks, welcome back. Continued coverage. 2016 USBC Senior Queens. They're watching winners bracket play here. One of two semifinals featuring Tish Johnson and Karen Barkal. 6 matches currently ongoing, including another winner semifinal that features Robin Romeo and Robin Flynn. Romeo, of course, 2-time defending champion, trying to clinch a berth on or into the stepladder final. The two winners of the semifinals will then meet to determine the top seed for the stepladder, but will already ensure their berth. Del Tish already out to a good start. If you need to get your picture clear, I suggest clicking on the settings gear. Feel free to adjust your quality to 720p. Again, you are watching lanes 21 and 22 just to our left. The elimination match between Sandy Schultz and Beth Owen Chmielewski. Again, Robin Flynn, Robin Romeo in the winners bracket semifinal. Paula Vidal and Christy Witcher in an elimination matchup. Lucy Sanderlin taking on Roseanne Costanzo. And Jeanette Baker taking on Sharon Powers in elimination brackets or matches as well, beg your pardon. Tish Johnson, front four, 10-pin spare. And for Tish, it's, for the most part, it's kind of been business as usual. Nearly a pocket 7-10 there. The 7 drops. Shout out to Tyrone Burks. Taking a break from the USBC Open Championships. And lane maintenance. Turn our focus back to bowling. We've had some great folks in the chat room throughout this week. We intend to keep it that way. As of right now, Robin is facing Robin, just for the record. Robin Romeo and Robin Flynn. Pretty good match through 7 frames here in game number 1. Robin on a 3-bagger, Robin Romeo, that is. Into the 8th, Robin Flynn, 126 in the 6th frame on a strike in the 7th. And a 4-bagger now for Romeo. No problem, Jeff, we certainly appreciate it. The only thing I'll ask is, if you need to type a particular word, just disguise it at the very least. Oh, how about that nice in action there from Tish, and another double for Tish Johnson. Karen Barcall got to this point in our final match, or excuse me, her last match. She defeated Sandy Schultz. She was trailing after 2 games by 1 pin. Schultz had an opportunity in the 10th frame to throw a double to advance in the winner's bracket. There's a good shot from Barcall. And Schultz did not get the first. Still Sandy is in the elimination bracket now, facing Bethel and Chipoleski. Should Tish Johnson's match with Karen Barcall finish quickly, we will move the cameras as we did in the previous round to the next closest match. It is good to be back. Chris, thank you. Always nice doing what you love to do. Tell folks to keep an eye on Jeanette Baker. She's really made a swift charge through the elimination bracket. She was very strong yesterday and has carried that momentum into today. Already won her first match this morning. Jeanette from Australia, she is down on 7 and 8. As Barcall chops the bucket in the 9th frame. So 168 in the 9th now for Karen. And Tish Johnson now looking to turn up the heat. 7-pin now for Tish Johnson. Tish, the top seed in the tournament. She was the high qualifier in 2 and 3 rounds, rounds 2 and 3. Has been the runner-up in this event 3 consecutive years. Finished 4th in 2012 as she's made the stepladder 4 consecutive years. And has yet to win this one. The Senior Queens into Queens. Eluding, of course, the great resume of Tish Johnson. She has been focused. Talked to her after day 1 on Tuesday. And she certainly wants to win it. Quick update on Robin Romeo, your 2-time defending champ. She wants to win it as well. Go for the unprecedented three-peat. Got 259 in game 1. Robin Flynn left a 7-pin first shot in the 10th frame. She was on a 3-bagger. She could have struck out for 246. They kept that one a little closer. She'll take 220 though, if that is indeed the case, but a 7-pin up first. Here's a 7-pin for Tish. And that one is golden as well. Strike will give her 236. Seen many of these matches really sometimes be determined by the first game. If a big game is shot by a particular competitor, they get out with some great momentum, build up enough cushion, so begin to run into some transition and ball reaction begins to leave. Fill frames if your opponent can't find the strikes as well. So 236 to begin for Tish Johnson. Live from the Orleans Bowling Center inside the Orleans Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. Watching winners semifinal action of the 2016 USBC Senior Queens. Four, 6, 7 after a strike in the 10th for Karen Barcall. So Tish again out with the early lead and momentum. Robin Flynn did shoot 224, but she trails Robin Romeo, who shot 259 after game 1. Those are your 2 winners bracket semifinal matches. The winners earn a spot to the step ladder, and then will bowl each other to determine the first and second seed in the step ladder. 187 for Karen Barkal. Tish gets off to a good start just as always. It's almost like baseball in a sense. First pitch strike, you want to get out in front. Tish has been very good at first frame strikes throughout. Look down and see how Lucy and Roseanne are doing. Lucy's string of strikes has ended here. Looks like at 4, headed into the 10th. Hard to tell. Well, they are just finishing up game 1, but Roseanne looks like she shot 201. As we have done after 2 games for sure, we will certainly give you an update across the field and take a brief walk. The 1 and 2 seed matchup will take place at 12:30 Pacific time. Well, 3:30 Eastern. See some Queens competitors starting to file in. Their tournament will begin tomorrow with practice session. Right here in this very center. Just to our left, Sandy Schultz struggling a little bit here early. Tish will take that double. Sandy Schultz, she spares the 245. She'll begin with 146. Beth Owen. Chapaleski can strike out for 202. Could be a nice lead and a nice start for Beth. Robin Romeo, winner semifinal number 2. She starts with the front 3 against Robin Flynn. Flynn goes spare, strike, strike through 4 frames. 3 in a row for Tish Johnson. You can scan the settee and the lanes, and you come right back, and Tish Johnson is still making copies. No, 3 in a row again for Tish Johnson. Shot by Karen Barkal. Karen strikes in 2 out of the 3 first frames. Strikes in 2 of the first 3 frames. Romeo, the front 4, and that one through the nose in frame number 5. She'll leave it 3-6-10. Been a great few days here at the Orleans. Nice double from Barkal. 4 in a row for Tish Johnson. Wrap 7 there, stops the string for Johnson in the 5th frame. The timeless style. Attacking the lanes from the left side. You can mention Tish the top seed. Ended qualifying 33.06 total pinfall for 15 games. It's an average of 220.40. Just edging Robin Romeo by 6 pins for that distinction. Robin averaging 220 even and plus 300 for 15 games. Again, they have been the last 2 bowlers standing each of the last 2 years for Tish. Again, finishing second the last 3 years. Both trying to get back to that coveted stepladder spot, earn a spot. 2 different storylines to go along with them. Robin trying to complete the trifecta. First to three-peat. She will join, could join Sandy Postma for most Queens titles at 3. And of course Tish trying to win her first Senior Queens title. Robin Romeo, USBC Hall of Famer. Tish Johnson, USBC Hall of Famer, PWBA Hall of Famer as well. Great shot there from Karen Barkal in the 6th frame. I'd like to have that 5th frame shot back, of course. Karen just got to stay in the moment and stay within herself, of course, throw the best shots possible. Can't worry about what the opponent is doing, but it's certainly hard to do that, and the messenger won't take out the 7th pin. It is a hard thing to do, of course, and those who have bowled, I'm sure you bowled match play at some point. You know it's really about the lanes. It's really always about what the lanes are doing. But sometimes it's difficult to just bypass what the opponent is doing. Well, that's the difficulties at play in the mental game. Oh, front 4, spare again here in the 2nd game for Tish Johnson. Most of the match is going to moving swiftly. The matchup of Robbins into the 8th frame now. Looks like Jeanette Baker and Sharon Powers also to the 7th frame on the end. As Tish puts 10 back. This is my first time having an opportunity to see the Senior Queens live and in person. There's some impressive women at this level. Even watching, of course, online or on TV, whatever it may be, you certainly have an appreciation. As that right lane, trouble again for Karen. She leaves the 4, 6, 7. But it's nothing like seeing these women compete in their element in person. And a real appreciation of just how good someone like Tish Johnson really is. Or Robin Romeo, or Lucy Sandelin, or Jeanette Baker from Australia, who won back-to-back AMF World Cups during her career. Or Paula Vidal, who's had a Queen's title of her own back in 2011, still in the field. Romeo trying to pour it on here, but Robin Flynn is hanging tough. And a very good match there. 159 in the 7th on a strike here for Flynn as she steps up in the 9th frame. Strike in the 8th. 3-bagger for Romeo. She's on pace, or she can max out, I beg your pardon, for 266. She's got the 10th frame left. Flat 10. And now a pocket 7-10 for Barcal. She will take the count as Karen. Karen with the uphill climb to knock off Tish Johnson. Again, this is a winner's bracket matchup, so the loser will not be eliminated. Double elimination match play. 40-foot oil pattern here. You've seen the adjustments just kind of throughout the last couple days from the competitors. Another good shot from Tish, it seems like. On the rare shot that she may not throw it well. Saw a couple of splits from her in the opening match this morning against Christy Witcher. But nothing too crazy. Of course, coming away with the victory, 682-623. She doesn't go through the face. It's generally some form of 7-pin, and she missed that one. 196, 226 now left for Tish Johnson, 214 for Robin Flynn. Romeo, one more four-bagger now after that first shot in the 10th. She shot 259 in game 1. She can shoot 266 here and almost another pocket 7 there. Pocket 7-10 for Karen Barkall. You can see a little frustration there, and it's hard not to be. The claps that you hear are for Robin Romeo, also making copies as well. He has 4 pair from 21 and 22. And it looks like again could be perhaps the matches with Tish Johnson and Robin Romeo seem to involve a lot of strikes simply because A, they're great bowlers, are great competitors, and B, the opponents, to have a chance, certainly have to keep up. Right now, those matches look like they will be the first to come to an end as they finish game 2. Nice shot by Robin Romeo, again, the Hall of Famer, with another stepladder berth in view. 263. 522 after a couple games for Robin Romeo. She leads 522 to 438. 438, not close right now. I'd like to thank the Orleans as a host and the staff. Great venue. First real opportunity for me to check out the Orleans. I was here last week, or excuse me, a couple weeks ago for the USBC convention in the same building, but did not get a chance to make the walk up to see the center. Barkall, nice shot again with a 10-pin. Spare will give her 173. Certainly top notch here. Nice and spacious as well. In fact, the lone bowling center I'd been to in Las Vegas prior to this week was South Point, and that's when it was almost brand new. Not the new South Point Bowling Plaza that has been added, but the actual bowling center at South Point. This was back in 2007. Close match between Jeanette Baker and Sharon Powers after 2 games, 396-394 in favor of Jeanette Baker, so just a 2-pin difference. Now big 4 for Tish Johnson. The rare miscues in the 9th and 10th frames for the Hall of Famer. Paula Vidal taking on Christy Witcher. They're in the 7th frame of game number 2. .204. For Tish, 440 to 360. Despite the struggles in frames 9 and 10, still with a comfortable margin. Pin lead for Tish Johnson headed into game 3 and 2-4-8-10 to begin things now for Karen Barkall. Game and match not over yet. And Karen doesn't seem to have the ball reaction as she is looking for, certainly. See Tish now put it in perhaps a piece of tape or taking some out. Some adjustments there before she steps up. Paula Vidal down, or excuse me, up, I beg your pardon. Shot 215, game 1. At a 16-pin advantage. Game 2 coming to an end here. 3 matches into the 3rd game now. We got 3 in the 6th frame or later in game number 2. First shot from Johnson, game 3. So at this point, of course, Tish obviously controlling her own destiny. She would need to do more things like that, essentially to make this one close, and then Karen would need to find some immediate ball reaction. We've seen crazier things happen in our sport. In match play and 3-game total pinfall. And one of the differences between total pinfall, of course, and best 2 out of 3. You can have a terrible game. Tish went for it there. Still have an opportunity to win a match. There's 3 games total pinfall. And necessarily a big game will certainly help you. But if you lose reaction and your opponent starts to gain that reaction, things can kind of even out, and sometimes that opponent can sneak a victory away from you. I've seen that happen. I'm sure we all have. We've probably all been there. We appreciate all of our folks who come in the chat room. They took the time to add a view and listen in, so we appreciate them. Christy Witcher down and a 4-bagger as Paula Vidal almost had disaster in the 10th frame, but she leaves at 3-10. Well, Christy had a good opportunity against Tish Johnson. She was hanging around tough as well in their opening match. After 2, trailed 452 to 423. They both had some pretty good looks. Quick update after 2 games. Lucy Sandelin with a 3-pin lead for Roseanne Costanzo. So we got 2 great matches, both elimination matches, 3 pins or less differential. We appreciate having folks to talk to who happen to enjoy what we do. And we certainly enjoy bringing you the action. It certainly is not about us, it is about the bowlers, and so we try to make sure that They are always first and foremost. Tough shot there for Tish. Looks down at the hand there. Mentioned she was making some adjustments prior to this game. And she will leave a 2-pin. If Karen Barkal can get something started here, at the very least, got to put the bug in Tish's ear. .175 for Paula Vidal in game 2. 9 spare in the 10th for Christy Witcher. She's got 2:03 in the 9th. Strike here. 10 back will give her 2:23. So Witcher now in control. 422 to 390. Chris, personally, I will be in Reno, I believe, the first part of July for a couple days. But just missed me. I was there last week for a few days as well, spelling our good homie Matt Cannizzaro. Gave him a little break before we drove out to the nationwide PWBA Sonoma County Open a couple weeks back. Actually, it probably was 2 weeks ago at this point. Sorry, my travel schedule. I don't know what day it is most of the time. Just tell me where to be and what time. And if it's in the same hotel or casino, I'm generally good, so I can make it. For the lone match night in the third game. Barkal now, after that double, he's a 7-pin. Tish went on to make the spare in the 4th. And it's an 80-pin lead for Tish Johnson. That is the match we are watching currently. Once this is complete, we will shift the cameras. Thought about potentially Robin Romeo and Robin Flynn, but it looks like they will be first to complete. As Barkal makes the spare. Romeo started front 4 yet again, similar to Tish Johnson. Had an open in the 5th, got back on the strike train in the 6th frame. Robin Flynn. Spare in the 6th frame. So on this particular game, of course, Robin with the advantage. .84-pin lead for Romeo, an 80-pin lead for Tish Johnson. Folks, you can tell, you know what's happening. You follow the Senior Queens. They're in control of their own destinies. Tish back on it there, double. In frames 5 and 6. See Lucy Sandelin with a split there. Looks like in the 4th frame after starting with the front 3. A very close match between her and Roseanne Costanzo. You see Jeanette Baker. You can't see it, I beg your pardon, but you may have heard it. Sounded very similar to what took place yesterday when she made a run last night, this morning. Jeanette has been focused. Aaron A.A. Ron Smith is going to go check that out, give us an update. Nice shot from Karen. Jeanette didn't strike there. She leaves a 10-pin. We'll see what frame that's in. It's close though. It's got to be at minimum in the 8th frame from the angle I can get here. Jeanette with a 2-pin lead after 2 over Sharon Powers. Turns his back on the 10-pin. She made it. That was the 10th. Well, can't tell you. That might have been the 9th frame for Jeanette. Now Karen Barkal. Barkal with the 5 spare. In the 7th, this one in the hands of Tish Johnson. Six split there for Robin Flintoff. 2 hour left. Tish a 4-pin to deal with here in the 7th frame. She will make the spare. Right now trailing by 3 pins in this game, but certainly not nearly enough. Of course, still overall leading, including this 3-pin deficit, by 77 pins. Paula Vidal is off to a good start in game 3. She trails in her match against Christy Witcher. She had the front 3 and crossed over there. A good shot on the 8th by Tish Johnson. Last match to finish up will be the Sandy Schultz and Beth Owen Chvalesky match. That will be in our closest view range. You see a 7-pin rocking there for Jeanette Baker. Down on 5 and 6. Sandy Schultz out with a quick double. Karen Barkal will drop to the elimination bracket. Again, not eliminated. It's undefeated in match play until this one. Until her Senior Queens championship quest certainly still within reach. Albeit, of course, potential of at least one extra match. Robin Romeo split in the 10th, but shot 202. A very nice 724 series to defeat Robin Flynn and go back to a place where she is quite familiar. Isn't that right, Aaron Smith?
That is correct, Mr. Williams. Have an update on the Jeanette Baker-Sharon Powers elimination bracket match. Just 2 pins separated them going into the finale. Baker with the advantage. Heading into the 10th, it was essentially anybody's game. Sharon Powers went up first, delivered a double and 7 after an open in the 9th frame to get to 175. That forced Jeanette Baker to get a mark with good count to advance. She left a very wobbly 7-pin to kick things off. Covered it with no problem and got enough on the fill ball for the 573 to 569 victory to keep her tournament hopes alive.
No, we don't tend to choose or pick who might win things, but would not shock me at all if Jeanette Baker's in the stepladder final when it's all said and done. As she has been phenomenal since yesterday evening.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's been, she's just been on fire after losing her first match. As we mentioned, she snuck into the field as the number 27 seed and lost her first match, and then something clicked and she's been rolling ever since. So that would be 4 consecutive wins. It's tough enough just to win 1 match in this type of format against these caliber of bowlers, but 4 in a row definitely got the mojo going.
She would be, or could be, one of the individuals that we said we knew, of course, the potential is there for a long run to be made after losing your first match and immediately going to the elimination bracket. Again, congratulations to Robin Romeo.
Talk about an early preview of what we've seen the past 2 years. Tish Johnson, Robin Romeo, battling for that top seed. They'll be here live on Bull TV coming up at approximately 12:30 p.m. local time here, 3:30 Eastern. There will be a quick re-oil. They won't have to obviously oil the entire house, but
It's double in the 10th. You see Karen. Finished with 204. As you see the smile, which is a good thing, of course. Again, her tournament is not over. It's extended a little bit, but not over.
And she finished with a nice game here too, after essentially averaging 180 for first 2, finishing with a few strikes. We've said before, we'll say it again, need that short memory, but definitely remember a few good shots here in the final few frames. What those felt like moving on to the next round.
Nice round of applause from the crowd for Karen Barkal. 564 for Karen, 652 for Tish Johnson. Congrats to Tish, top seed. earning a berth, of course, the Stepladder final. Where she will be seated, that is to be determined. She will face the second seed, Robin Romeo. Again, these seeds are after qualifying. As Aaron mentioned, certainly a potential preview, but it has been something that fans have become very accustomed to and familiar with in this event. Robin Romeo versus Tish Johnson, head to head. So Robin, of course, has moved on. Robin Romeo, that is. Robin Flynn, again, will fall into the elimination bracket. Jeanette Baker with the victory. Christy Witcher and Paula Vidal still ongoing. Christy Witcher in the 7th frame. But chops that 10 pin out of there in the 7th. A nice strike there. She trails. She trails in this game. There in game 3. By 24 at the moment. Has a 32 pin lead in the match. Paula Vidal with 132 in the 6th frame. Spare in the 7th. Witcher looking for a double. And a wrapped in. Nice shot. Aaron Smith turning some cameras for us. Directly, well, not directly in front of us, but we moved the cameras prior to the beginning of this round. But this is Beth Owen, Valesky, and Sandy Schultz in this match. A 63 pin advantage in favor of Beth. Sandy went front 3, spare, strike, spare. Beth, spare, triple. Open to strike and now single pin out to take a look at. Like for the second time today, potentially we've eclipsed the 400 viewer mark. And let me tell you folks, the competitors, certainly they've come up to us as Paula Vidal showing that emotion. He's trying to make a late comeback here and stay alive in the tournament. But they appreciate you guys as viewers watching this. Just in case you may not know, I'm sure you do, but they have come up to us and thanked us for being here. But again, really, it is for them and they deserve it. Big double for Paula Vidal in the back half. She can shoot 242. Christy Witcher. That one strike, and that was in the 7th frame. She's clean nonetheless. That's a big one. Strike in the 9th frame. So she will head to the 10th with a possible 208. As you see, a nice shot there from Sandy Schultz. Again, Beth is in control, leading by 63 pins. Witcher was leading by 32, or is leading in the match after 2, but right now all important 10th frame. She will get some much needed carry. Lucy Sandelin. Match just completing. She did defeat Roseanne Costanzo. Don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know she did get the W. She is moving on. Second shot in the 10th for Witcher. Through the face, she leaves the 4-7. She certainly would have liked 208. Big double there for Beth. Beth has continued on down the path as well. She has been very solid. 196 for Christy Witcher. Beg your pardon. She'll finish with 618. So the stage is set for Paula Vidal. 229 will get her the victory. She is 152 in the 7th, a double in the 8th and 9th. First shot in the 10th upcoming. Gotta have it here. And she gets the carry. I think she carried the 410 or maybe the 210 from my angle. How about that? You heard the emotion. You're right, Jeff. Same thing for Lucy Sandler. She lost early as well. In fact, she lost to former champion or past champion Shar Hamill early on. You see Sandy Schultz finishing up. Sandy had a great tournament as well. Sandy lost to Karen Barkall in our prior match, or the prior round, I should say. Paula Vidal, another strike in the 10th frame, 5 in a row, and Paula, the 2011 Senior Queens champion, will continue on. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Paula brings 3. She got the all-important first. The hug from the competitors. 632 to 618. So the final match to complete is now in front of us. Sandy will go out with a very nice game here. Clean throughout. Nice 216. And a great tournament. Unfortunately, it has come to an end. Beth will move on. Paula Vidal 632, Christy Witcher 618. If that is what you were referring to there, Pauline. So what you'll have now,
All right, bowling fans, that concludes this round of the competition match play. Give us a few minutes to condition the lanes, and we'll begin our next round.
there's a short break to run the lanes. Get bowling scheduled for 12:30 Pacific time. Again, 3:30 Eastern. When we return, we will have the Robin Romeo and Tish Johnson matchup to determine who will be the top seed in the stepladder. That will take place on lanes 17 and 18. Matches going on surrounding them will be Beth Owen Spaleski and Paula Vidal on 21 and 22. Jeanette Baker and Lucy Sandelin.
How about that? A battle and a matchup of former World Cup winners. That's impressive.
That'll take place on 13 and 14. Again, the winners of those matches will move on in the with Robin Flynn and Karen Barkal in the elimination stepladder final to determine the final 3 seeds. So we've got more bowling for you, folks. Of course, don't go anywhere. About a half-hour break. So keep us tuned in, keep us locked. We shall return shortly. So for Aaron Smith, I'm Emil Williams Jr. Back in a moment, folks. You're watching continuing coverage of the 2016 USBC Senior Queens on Bowl TV.
All right, welcome back to Bowl TV for the 2016 USBC Senior Queens. Coming to you live from the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. We're getting down to the end of it here. Only 8 players remaining in the field. 2 of them have already punched their tickets to tonight's Stepladder finals. And we're watching right now a pair of USBC and PWBA Hall of Famers, Tish Johnson and Robin Romeo, have each gone undefeated through match play up to this point. So this match here will determine the #1 overall seed. Robin is the 2-time defending champion at the event, and she actually defeated Tish in both of those. So Tish off to a good start. An early double open in the first from Robin. We have 2 other matches going on right now. Jeanette Baker from Australia is taking on USBC Hall of Famer and 2-time Senior Queens champion Lucy Sandelin. Lucy swung by during the break and mentioned that it's a matchup of former World Cup champions. So definitely cool, definitely a very unique situation. So one of them will get 1 match closer after this is all said and done. The other match going out right now, 2011 Senior Queens champion Paula Vidal taking on Beth Owen Chipalewski.
Tell my boys they better be working, not watching.
That was Tish telling her boys back home they better be working and not watching. So you've been warned. All right, we'll get you a quick recap of how we got here. Once again, 6 of the 8 competitors left competing in this round. Romeo defeated Robin Flynn 724 to 614 in the last round to earn her spot to battle for the #1 seed. Tish defeated Karen Barkal 652 to 564. So Karen and Robin are off this round. They're already seated in the final 4-way match. As we mentioned, Lucy, Jeanette, Paula, and Beth all in the elimination bracket. The winners of those matches will join Robin and Karen in that final match to determine the 3 players that will be left on the step ladders. So the 3 highest series will advance and have a chance at the title. While the low series for that one will take 6th place. Some laughs there between Robin and Tish. They've done this a few times before. So an open each for Robin and Tish now here in game 1. Tish with the advantage though, starting with 4 in a row. As we've had all the way up to this point, these are 3-game matches with total pinfall determining who advances, or in this case, who's the top seed for the stepladder is. Whoever gets defeated will have to win 2 matches to win the tiara. And back-to-back 3-7 combinations for Tish. Once again, the lanes were conditioned in between squads, so back on the fresh 40-foot pattern. So despite back-to-back splits, Tish will hold the advantage heading into the 7th. Other matches pretty much in the same point where it's too close to call. No one jumping out to a big start. That's 3 light shots in a row for Tish. First two resulting in splits, just a 3-pin in the 7th frame. Gets it back to the 1-2 in the 8th, gets the 7 to fall out late. For the first time in this match, Robin can actually sneak into the lead if she's able to get the double. All right, Tish bounces back with back-to-back doubles, or back-to-back strikes. That makes a double. Hooray, math. But Tish can get to 234 still. 204 available for Robin Romeo. And as we talked about all tournament, this is just what Tish has been doing. 220s, 230s. Just been on cruise control the entire time. Can't get the 6 out there. It's a 223, her max score. Tish and Robin definitely have been keeping the pace up all week long. They've had some pretty quick matches. They'll easily be the first ones done out of our 3 matches left going. 223 in the books for Tish. Robin can cut it to a 19-pin deficit with all 3 in the 10th. She went high last time on this lane 18 and leaves the flat 10 to kick off the 10th. .223, 192, 31-pin advantage. Tish Johnson heading into the final 2 games in the 10th frame in the Jeanette Baker-Lucy Sandlin match. That's going to be pretty close. A few frames behind on 21 and 2, Paula Vidal and Beth Owen Chipolewski. So they're about even though. Slight advantage to Beth through 6. And welcome back to Bull TV, Emil Williams Jr. Any surprise that we're watching this match here?
Of course not. Not at all. It in some aspects you say, well, you really wouldn't want it any other way. If you look at it, and that's how I would look at it too, is Paula V. Some nice help on the messenger 10. You got your top 2 qualifiers. The last 2 folks left standing after in a stepladder, of course, Robin Romeo's won the last 2. Tish has finished 2nd her last 3 times out. Last 3 years, in fact. So we'll know our seeding, at least for the top 2, and then of course should be an exciting elimination bracket final match, of course, as well. 4 competitors vying for 3 spots. A total pinfall situation. That, of course, will take place after, from an elimination standpoint. After this round, or our next round, I should say.
Looks like a 1-pin match between Lucy Sandlin and Jeanette Baker after 1. 193 to 192, advantage Lucy. The battle of past World Cup champions here at the USBC Senior Queens.
How impressive is that?
That's pretty awesome. That's not sure what else you can say about it, but that's pretty awesome.
Those are the kind of moments that the sport presents in certain situations, and we get to be a part of it.
That was just mean. 7-10 in frame number 2 for Tish. Robin had a split she was unable to convert in the first. Takes the one, just got to bounce back after that. We saw in some of her previous matches where Carrie did not necessarily agree for a game or two, but she was still in control of all those matches and easily has advanced to this point.
You know, for the most part, aside from this morning's match against Christy Witcher, that was a match where, you know, you could tell Witcher had an opportunity to really put some pressure on, and you know, she was in the match for quite some time. And a couple late frame miscues there. I believe in the second game, 10-pin Everson open for Christie. Well, that match could have went either way at that point, honestly. Aside from that, Tish is really full on in control. Same with Robin. Also this morning, Sharon Powers really had an opportunity to take the early match and send Robin into the losers bracket, but of course Hall of Famers and champions generally kind of shine through when it matters, when it counts at the end, and she had a big game to come back. Put the pressure on Sharon to make some shots in the 10th frame, and it didn't happen that time, so Robin able to move on, and since then she shot 724 afterwards in her next match against Robin Flynn. So that's what you'd expect from, again, two champions, two Hall of Famers.
Big thanks to everyone joining us here, topping the 500 mark of live viewers. So not only do we appreciate it, along with the continued support here on Bowl TV, but you know, these competitors do as well, and have mentioned it all week. And the 4-6-10. So it looked like Tish had some footing issues there. Didn't stick the landing the way we're used to seeing. And now looking at a second open in 4 frames here.
Any open for Tish generally has been some form of split. Today.
Have to agree. I think possibly in that last match I saw a 9 out for her, but everything else has been.
You are correct. That's the only makeable spare I've seen her miss. And I'm just talking about the last couple days of match play. Saw her a few times, of course, throughout qualifying, but didn't see every single game.
I must say, you don't become a 25-time PWBA champion by missing too many. So. But this is the. This might be the first time we've seen Tish not just label the 1-2 for a few frames here. She had a few shots where she was light in game 1. Leaving back-to-back 3-7 combinations. Now has gone high 2 shots in a row. Paula Vidal is up against Beth Owen Chipolewski. 204 to 190 after 1. Messenger does get to the 10, but Rack got there first. That's about as far right as you can get. That one's just hanging on. No problem on the spare. Tish bounces back with the trip 6.
Oh. Beluski sending messengers. Good matchup of the 5th and 6th seeds in the bracket. Hall of 5th, Beth 6th. So really some good matches. 5 and 6 here. You're 1 and 2 in front of us, and then mentioned Jeanette Baker first got in. She was 27th. Lucy Sandlin 15th. But you throw the seeds out and that match, those are World Cup champions. Certainly know what they're doing and have represented their countries well. Lucy, of course, from right here in the United States. Jeanette from Australia.
Both have had very long trips in the elimination bracket as well, along with Paula Vidal. All three lost their opening match and have survived up to this point, so a lot of bowling involved. But they knew they would have to dig deep and find that extra gear. They wanted a chance at the stepladder finals when it was all said and done, and they have performed so far.
You know, Aaron, I got to be honest. I've watched these wonderful ladies this week, and it makes me want to go back and, we won't say the archives, but I watched some footage during the prime years, quote unquote. I'm just very impressed.
Certainly so, and that's
it's almost like a nostalgic type feeling where, I clearly remember watching Tish Johnson, and most people do.
The classic forms that that surpass the just the whole game. It's the game is so rock solid that as much as the game has changed since those times, obviously the introduction of resin equipment, the big thing. So they started off and have experienced it all and have been able to adapt throughout, but that's the one thing that hasn't changed. You see the styles, they're still the same, and these ladies still work hard day in and day out to keep their game sharp to get to this level. And nearly a 6-8 for Tish. Unable to find a double so far here in game 2.
So this one is getting closer. Of course, the lane's fresh. You've seen Tish on the fresh a couple times today and haven't had really any trouble.
So 185 max score now for the Southpaw. 248 out there for Robin Romeo. Bounced back after a few 7 counts there, split in the first. To throw 5 out of the last 6. That one gets up the hill. Kicks him around. 3 in a row to set the 10th. Still pretty close between Lucy Sandlin and Jeanette Baker over on 13 and 14. You can see the pins for that. They're through 7. Lucy's in the 8th. That was a 1-pin match after 1. And they're essentially still all even. Slight advantage to Lucy, if we have to say someone's in charge. We're on 21 and 22. Beth and Paula, a few frames behind. They're in frame number 4. Bedad had the advantage that one, 204 to 190 through 1. Very nice 237. Robin Romeo, our 2-time defending champion here at the USBC Senior Queens. She's going to hold the lead going into the finale. She's at 429 for her 2-game total. After 2 early splits on lane 18, Tish has thrown 3 strikes in a row, but the left lane has not been cooperating for her. Big double here. Comes in light. Unable to lean on the 3 enough. $175 for Tish, 429 to 398. Romeo ahead, 31 pins separating these 2 Hall of Famers heading into the finale. Once again, a winner of this match earns the top seed. The Stepladder final taking place tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 local time here in Las Vegas. So whoever ends up on top will have to win just 1 match to claim the Senior Queens title here in 2016. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. Bringing you wire-to-wire coverage of the 2016 event. We're awfully happy to do so here on Bowl TV, and we'll be transitioning to Extra Frame starting on Saturday as the USBC Queens comes into town. We've already seen quite a few players make their way here to the Orleans, already practicing, getting ready, and a few just admiring these great competitors here. There's going to be a time for a 4.610. This is it. Get it out of the way in the first. Take your 2 and get back on it in the second. 10th frame over on 13 and 14. Lucy Sandlin has already delivered 1 strike in the 10th. Goes to the nose, leaves the 6-pin. She can max out at 204. Jeanette Baker working on a strike in the 9th, can get to 215. So that would give her the slightest lead heading into game 3. Sandlin was up 1 after 1. Great bounce back shot there from Johnson. She's making the Stepladder finals for the 5th consecutive year here at the Senior Queens. An impressive feat in its own right.
Pin didn't go for Paula. Soft to the right there, but could have been a lot worse.
Jeanette Baker delivers a double in the 10th. She still has 1 more shot, but she's going to take the advantage heading into game 3. Once again, a pair of World Cup champions looking to advance 1 more round. Both have had very long days so far, staying in the elimination bracket after losing their very first match. So they've been in winner go home mode for a while here.
Fierce competitors, Johnson and Romeo, of course, have seen each other multiple times and have bowled together as well at the World Bowling Senior Championships as doubles partners. Teammates, of course.
All 4 members still in contention here and bowling at the moment from the 2015 team. Joining Robin and Tish on that squad, Lucy and Paula.
Jeanette Baker again with the strike. She too is involved in the World Bowling Senior Championships, again representing Australia. In fact, one of her teammates and her doubles partner was Robin Flynn, who lost to Robin Romeo the winner's bracket semifinal matchup. She is not eliminated. She will be involved in the elimination group match. The highest pinfall totals will decide seeds onto the step ladder.
The Owen Chipolewski Vidad match in the just starting the 8th frame. It's more of a grind over there. Both competitors not so many strikes up there, trying to fill frames. See a few splits up there as well. Back-to-back opens for Beth in frame 7 and 8. She has 127 in the 8th. Paula opened in the 6th frame. She's sitting at 92 with a strike in the 7th. Tish delivers a strike in frame 5. Was down 31 coming into this match. Can she stage a rally here to get to that #1 seed? And that is the second time we've seen 6-8 up there for a second with the 6 falling forward like that. Both in lane 17. That lane is continuing to give her some trouble. She's finding the pocket, but just not finding the carry.
Good shot there from Romeo.
At this point, all she has to do is just continue to just match Tish the rest of the way out. And she'll be your top seed for the stepladder finals. She's increased her lead a little bit here from 31 that this match started at, or this game, I should say. But did not expect that in the 7th, big 4.
That one looked a little left. Left of target and paid the ultimate price. Now Tish Johnson with an opportunity. Max score for Robin, 221. .238 on the board for Tish Johnson. That was one of her better shots this game, and she leaves a 6-pin.
With the mark, she'll gain a few pins, but definitely will like the opportunity to put together a double. That would have been that would got her within about 12.
Well, you could tell, of course, based on her reaction. A, she threw it good, and B, she knew how important that shot was. There won't be many giveaways from Robin Romeo. So when you get a rare open frame, you got to take advantage.
Eighth frame, pointing from the get-go, and 247.
Of course, the difference is the one and 2 seed. 1 seed, of course, is bowling 1 game for a title. Of course, there's a few extra dollars involved as well, but she knew that one as well.
So that drops her max down to 202. So Robin just needs a mark or two here, and that's going to be enough to seal the deal. Light mixer and Robin Romeo just about moments away from securing the top seed at the USBC Senior Queens. Will find herself in the championship match for the 3rd consecutive year. And can she make it 3 wins in a row to match fellow Hall of Famer Sandy Postma with the most all time? We will move the cameras a little bit at the conclusion of this match. The Sandelin Baker match is in the 5th, just starting the 6th. That's still anyone's ball game. Vidal and Owen Chipolewski, they're in the 10th. Beth is going to fall a little bit further behind, 166. Paul's going to shoot 190. So 394 to 356. Paula with the lead. A few opens in the Sandelin Baker match so far. Lucy's gone strike, open, open, strike, spare. She's getting ready for the 6th frame. We'll see her shot roll down lane 14. And looking at the 2-4-10. for Baker. Strike, spare, open, double open. She has 98 in the 6th. And of course, Tish will strike now on this lane. That's generally how bowling gets you from time to time. So it's 98 to 79 in the 6th frame. Baker over Sandelin. Baker was already up 9 heading into the final. Tish strikes out for 202, gives her 600 even. Robin will just need 6 pins here on her first shot to secure the #1 overall seed. Nine is enough. Robin Romeo, USBC PWBA Hall of Famer, 2-time defending Senior Queens champ, officially 1 win away from making it 3 consecutive titles here at the USBC Senior Queens. We'll see her shoot the spare, then we're going to move over to 13 and 14 for Jeanette Baker and Lucy Sandlin. .619 to 600, the official number for Robin Romeo versus Tish Johnson. Romeo, the #1 seed. We got the scoreboard. It's at a ridiculous angle, but for Jeanette Baker and Lucy Sandlin.
Asking about next session. The next session actually will start about 20 minutes after the completion of this round. The stepladder will start at 6:30 local, 9:30 Eastern.
All right, Lucy was almost ready to step up on the approach, but she's been working on the feel. She's changing the tape, adding tape, taking tape out. Can't necessarily tell from here. Once again, was down by 9. Jeanette Baker delivers the double in the 7th and the 8th. This is a humongous shot in the ninth for Lucy. Keep some pressure on. She's going to the bag, and looks like she's adding tape.
Now, let me tell you, that is not fun. Right there, when you. I think she made a ball change in the 7th. Go to a new ball. Gotta make sure it's proper. This is the biggest shot of the match for her.
Three, 6-10. So 169 now the max score for Lucy. That means Jeanette have to find a way to get to 161. Does
She make it the hard way?
She made it the hard way. Just got to hit the lead pin. That's half the battle. That's Mike Kubacki rule 101.
And the Paula question, match is still ongoing. In fact, Paula's just now into the 3rd frame. So we'll be able to take you to that match momentarily.
Baker mixes them up 3 in a row, and that's just a matter of count now to seal up the victory for Australia's Jeanette Baker. Make it one more strike, and Jeanette Baker is going to advance against Lucy Sandlin. All right, we're going to fast track back across the house to 21 and 22 now. This one a little bit closer to us, so. All right, and scoreboard. There it is. A well-deserved round of applause for Lucy Sandlin, the USBC Hall of Famer and 2-time champion. Falls to Jeanette Baker of Australia, 613 to 550. Awesome tournament for Lucy. Lost that first match against Char Hamill yesterday and just kept putting together win after win to make it this far. She's going to finish tied for 7th in the standings when it's all said and done. Double from Beth Owen Chipolewski. Might need a few more here. Paul with an early open.
Ooh,
And wow,
great shot there.
pin comes across the deck in front of the 9.
Well, Beth needs to keep the strikes going. Talked about all the international experience for these competitors. Beth herself, part of a promotional cup tour, the Cubica AMF. She bowled in France with Lucy Sandlin.
How about that? Well done, sir.
Beth and her husband Keith both competed in France in that same event. I also saw potentially, and I'll have to check to see if that is still the case, but they may or may not have owned an oyster restaurant at some point. I think we both know one person in particular who would love to hear that. He works at the Open Championships.
Hi, Matt Cannizzaro.
There's a great shot there again from Paul. 10 goes. See if Beth can put a little pressure here on Paula.
38 pins the difference after 2. Sixth frame. That's about all you can do after that. Just toss the hands up and
saw a couple of those, I recall, in the match against, it was Tish Johnson and Karen Barkle. It was Barkle left a couple of those on that very right lane, lane 22. Yeah, just joining us, 2016 USBC Senior Queens. We'll have the 1 versus 2 seed. They have matchup to determine the top seed in the Stepladder. That was won by Robin Romeo, 619 to 600. She will be the number 1 seed. Tish Johnson will be the number 2 seed. Battling to stay alive was Jeanette Baker and Lucy Sandelin. It was Jeanette Baker of Australia coming out victorious over Lucy Sandelin, 613 to 560. And then the final match during this particular round, there was Beth Owen Chipolewski and Paula Vidal. About 20 minutes after the completion of this match, we'll have the elimination. What is more of a group step ladder, but it'll be total pinfall amongst 4 competitors.
we'll call it a group fall. We already know 2 of the, technically we already know 3 of those competitors. Karen Barkal and Robin Flynn. Jeanette Baker just joined them, so will have at least one player from Australia on the stepladder finals by process of elimination. Could be two. Just have to wait and see who the fourth will be.
Little pause in the action. Ball return.
Does appear to be the case. There it is. All right, 8th frame. Paula inching closer and closer to that final four. She'll take 3 to the stepladder final. Goes high, leaves the 610, but with a 38 pin cushion in pretty good shape here. Definitely a little bit of frustration there from Beth. That 710 was just bad news, especially working on a double. She can still get to 197. But that would require a whole lot of help from Paula to get to the next round. But delivers a strike in the 9th frame. All right, just a matter of count here, and Paula Vidal will be our fourth. In our final elimination bracket match. 4 bowlers, 3 get to advance. That'll be coming up next here on Bowl TV. We have wire-to-wire coverage of the 2016 USBC Senior Queens here at the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's going to be a pretty quick turnaround to that final round. Got about 20 minutes in between startup practice, and then we'll be back at it. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. We're happy to get to showcase these top senior players. We appreciate the continued support throughout the week here on Bowl TV as well, and so do the players. 171. We'll get Paula to 565. That'll be enough. So we have one more shot here. Great week for Beth. She's going to finish tied for 7th, along with Lucy Sandlin. So a good round of applause for her, well deserved. 565 to 538.
Elimination matches, one more match to go. On the winner's side, your number 1 and number 2 seeds have been determined for tonight's stepladder finals, which will begin at 6:30. The number 1 seed is Robin Romeo, and the number 2 seed Tish Johnson. Coming up in approximately 20 minutes, 4 bowlers will face off in a 3-game match to see who takes the final 3 spots on the stepladder finals. Give us a few minutes to update the results and get ready. And we'll start our final elimination round.
All right, you heard Greg Moore, our tournament director here at the Senior Queens, give you a rundown of what's coming up. About a 20-minute break before the final 4 in the elimination bracket face off. 3 of them make the stepladder finals. So on behalf of Emil Williams Jr., I'm Aaron Smith. Don't go too far. We'll be right back here on Bowl TV. We'll get the cameras readjusted for our final round of match play before the stepladder finals. Thanks again for tuning in. We appreciate it. Don't go too far. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Bowl TV and the 2016 USBC Senior Queens. We are live at the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. This is the final elimination bracket match. We're joined by Australia's Robin Flynn, Jeanette Baker. So we'll have at least one competitor from Australia in the stepladder finals later this evening. Also join them Karen Barkal and Paula Vidal, the 2011 Senior Queens champion. Robin Romeo and Tish Johnson already in the stepladder finals, the 1 and 2 seeds respectively, but you just saw them face off in the last round on Bowl TV, with Robin recording the victory to earn that top seed. So she'll just need one match to make it 3 consecutive Senior Queens titles. Would be the first to do that and would tie Sandy Postma for the most all time. But we still need to know the 3, 4, and 5 seeds. So this, once again, 3-game match with total pinfall, determining not only the seed, but the 3 who make it. We'll have the lowest total from this round will finish 6th overall. We have some similar but different routes for these competitors. For Paula and Jeanette, they both lost in the opening round and have won each elimination match since, so they've been bowling essentially each round that we've been going. So it's been possibly up to 6 matches they've had to win to get there. For Robin Flynn and Karen Barkal, they actually won their first 3 matches, lost in the semifinals, so they got the previous round off and got seeded right into this match. Emil Williams Jr. has the bracket out. I think you're calculating. There we go. I know I could do it. How many matches both Jeanette and Paula have had to win?
Yeah, it is a long journey when you lose early, but again, kudos and all the credit to them. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have won 5 consecutive. This is the 6th, actually the 7th total match for them, including the first round loss yesterday. And then it's also the 4th of today. That same number applies again for both Paula and Jeanette.
We'll have a few hour break after we're all said and done here. It's just about 2:30 local time, so we'll probably have about 2.5, 3 hour break in between before we get to the stepladder finals. Once again, already so much history at stake for our 2 competitors already in the finals. We already mentioned USBC and PWBA Hall of Famer Robin Romeo looking for that 3rd consecutive title, where she would also match Sandy Postma for the most all time. And for Tish Johnson, who also belongs to the USBC and PWBA Hall of Fames, still looking for that first Queens title, both on the regular side and in the senior. She's made the stepladder finals in the last 5 Senior Queens. Had a 4th place finish in 2012, and in 13 and 14 and 15 has finished runner-up The last two being to Romeo. So definitely a lot of motivation for Tish to claim that first tiara. Nice cover of the 4-5 by Robin Flynn. I need to take notes, Mr. Williams. So definitely a little bit different feel compared to these past matches. Obviously heads up and all of a sudden you're grouped into 4 where you just have to avoid being the low person. So
Yeah, same rules apply though, especially with the total pinfall still in effect for 3 games. Yeah, try to get out to the best start possible and do what you do. Fortunately, the worst part about it, of course, is one competitor will not make the stepladder final, and so it'll be, you know, a lot of bowling to get to a position where you can make the show, and to not get there to come up short certainly is a little disappointing, to say the least.
very true, just an unfortunate unfortunate rule of how stepladder finals work. We gotta get down to that number one way or the other. But certainly a hearty round of applause will be deserved for whoever that ends up being for just an awesome event so far. Definitely will feel some disappointment, I would imagine, but at the same time, got to know that you had a fantastic week just to get to this point. Definitely a strong field out here once we got to that top 32. Definitely a lot of very talented ladies who could throw a lot of strikes at you. We've already had to say goodbye to a few Hall of Famers, a few past champions, so only 6 remain from the 70 that started.
Shot was wide right there from Robin Flynn. She does leave something that is makeable. Sometimes it can be a little difficult. The old 1-2-7. Jeanette Baker. Nice strike in the 6th frame. Talked about her yesterday. Making a charge, and as I mentioned yesterday, Aaron, and certainly it's true at this point. I said, well, if there's someone who could make a charge at that point, and after losing their first round match, it looks like it would be or could be Jeanette Baker, and here we are.
It's true. That was a fantastic call. Jumping all in on the Baker bandwagon.
Shot by Karen Barkle. But the four-bagger, getting back to Baker a little bit. I mean, we both saw it, and it was just the again for me, the focus, the intent. You could just tell she was just kind of locked into. Get out of there, 8-pin. Nice job, Paula. But the focus and intent of her process individually. I mean, the match that was telling was the match versus Linda Kelly. And that was, let me just make sure we are correct there. It was the first match, kind of the opening match of the elimination bracket. There's another shot there from Baker. She ended up winning 682 to 657. But going into the third game, she was down by a few sticks. I beg your pardon, she was leading by 31 pins. But Linda Kelly had the front five. Jeanette started had a couple opens in the first 4 frames. Kelly had an open, I believe, in the 6th frame. Followed it up with another double. Had max score at that point of 263, if I'm not mistaken. But Jeanette just 5th frame on. She struck out. She had to keep the pressure on, of course, on Kelly, and then obviously to strike out, she had to win the match. She shot 247, and every shot was perfect. I mean, just posted to a T. And we just looked at it and said, she could make it to the stepladder.
Absolutely. I think we caught her the very next game here on Bowl TV. Actually, at 19-20, came out of the gates with, I think, 258 or 257, and it was definitely could have been more. She was almost automatic just off her hand. You just knew it was going to happen. Speaking of a big last game, we got to see that in the very first round from Robin Flynn, who had just like Jeanette and snuck into the bracket. But once again, once you get in, you never know what's gonna happen. And was in a pretty close match with Barbara Batt, and ended up going 249 in the last game, when after a $190 and a $180 game, that really propelled her to seeing her in this match right now.
Paula had her close call as well earlier today, staving off elimination as Barr call that jump through the nose. Stops the string at 5, 3-6-10. She led after one game, trailed by 32. After the second game.
That was a great finish, that match against Christy Witcher. Christy finished first and had the opportunity to throw a double, I believe, to essentially force Paula to do the same. Got the first one, didn't get the second one. Paula needed the first strike in the 10th and ran a little bit high, but ended up tripping out the 4 to record the W, and now finds herself here.
of the remaining competitors, Aaron, really, Karen Barco, kind of the lone competitor who really didn't have at least from where we could tell. I don't think she was on the live stream pairs too much yesterday. Saw I qualifying a couple times, but from a bracket match play standpoint, but she was just kind of not cruising along, but winning matches. And unfortunately came up against Tish Johnson. In the winners bracket semifinal this morning, and lost. That was her first loss of the day, and that, of course, dropped her down to where we are now. But that's something to be said, because she was one match away from already earning a TV spot, essentially. So she has bowled well throughout too.
Both Paula and Karen have the opportunity to get into the 220s here. Karen converts what we like to call back home the bucket and a biscuit. The extra 7-pin on there. Are you chuckling right now? Very ever so slightly.
Every day is an adventure with you, Aaron Smith.
I try to keep it entertaining. 226 for Paula. Robin Flynn can still get to 188. It looks like she is going to be in that 4th position after 1, but definitely a long way to go. Nearly disaster in the 10th. 7-10 thought about it. Jeanette said nay, nay to that. Looks pretty good. Mixes. Oh, just doesn't have the oomph at the end. Got back to the 1-3, but didn't have the power. Robin takes 2 out of the 3, 177. All of our other competitors in the 2 teens or plus. Shame on the lanes for not letting Jeanette finish her game here. We'll wait for a second, but while we have that opportunity, just a reminder. You'll hear us say this a few more times. 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 local time here in Las Vegas. The top 5 competitors, we know 2 of them already, will be coming back to compete in the Stepladder finals here at the 2016 USBC Senior Queens. That will conclude our wire-to-wire coverage. So we will crown a champion. Those will be one-game matches. So be sure to tune in just a few hours from now. Definitely looking forward to that. A lot of history at stake. Game one now in the books. Paula Vidal 226. Karen Barkle 223. Jeanette Baker 216. Robin Flynn 177. You can see the scores above the zeros. So those will stay the same. They'll update after 2 as well. Great shot by Karen to kick things off. So game 2 of 3 underway. 3 of our competitors with strikes. So now we'll see if Robin Flynn can find the right look.
Yeah, it could quickly get away from you. With 4 competitors total.
Looking like she's fidgeting with tape as well. Feel not quite there. Has been a long day already. All these competitors started bowling at 9 a.m. Some have had a break in between matches. Others have not.
Robin Flynn had, aside from Tish Johnson in the 1 versus 2 match to determine the top seed. But before we got to that point, Ms. Flynn had the best opportunity to defeat Robin Romeo. She had a pretty decent look. It's going to sound crazy. She had a pretty decent look. But Robin's look was just that much better. To the tune of, I think Robin ended up shooting 720.
I think she had 522 at the turn as well, and that's sometimes you just can't outdo what your opponent's doing. We saw that at the Intercollegiate Singles Championships, and we actually saw her in the building earlier today. Hastings College junior, Emily Eckhoff, to earn her spot on the show and eventually to a second consecutive ISC title, the first player on either the men's or women's side to do so. Had a match that ended at 782 to 772 against Nebraska's Julia Bond. It was just unbelievable. Game 2 of that match, a similar situation here. Best of 3 determines, or not best of 3, but 3-game total pinfall determining who advanced. Game 2 of that match, Eckhoff shot 300, Bond at 290. So that 10 pins ended up being the difference. That show just aired on CBS Sports Network just a few weeks ago. We had the men's singles show 2 days ago on Tuesday. Coming up on May 24th, the Women's Intercollegiate Team Championship show. Weber International will take on Wichita State in that. They'll be on CBS Sports Network. Be sure to check that out. Check your local cable or satellite provider to see where CBS Sports Network is. That shot pretty close there for Robin. She touched left. Definitely looked a little firmer with whatever she's done on those past 2 shots. Made a change with the feel, working with the tape after the first frame.
And she made a ball change.
That too, yep.
As well, something that's something with less surface. Take a look at, think back to some of a couple shots she threw in the first game. Just didn't quite make it up the hill. And didn't finish well. See if she can get some better reaction on the back end. The end of the pattern. It's almost a Robin Flynn, Sharon Powers semifinal early. Romeo struggled slightly for Robin Romeo standards. Sharon Powers had an opportunity to win that match, and Romeo ended up taking it. Had some pretty good matches throughout the day and yesterday. Some really close ones, and saw some great bowling this week, and still seeing great bowling. Paula out with the front 4. Trying to leave no doubt.
Yeah, she's, since we've gone to the fresh, it's been definitely been the Paula show. She's been lined up all day. Just, it seems like she's had a good look the whole time. That last match against Beth Oatman Chipolewski, one of her lower scoring matches, but she's been throwing a lot of strikes since. Question in the chat, how many move on from this round? 3 out of the 4 will advance to the stepladder finals. We already have 2 players in there. Tish Johnson is the number 2 seed, and 2-time defending champion Robin Romeo. 1 game away once again from making it 3 in a row. So there'll be 5 players total in the stepladder, so low series from these 3 games will finish 6th place for the week. As Robin Flynn trips the 4 in the 5th. Currently finds herself in that position. She's going to need to catch up to these other 3. As Paula converts the 10 pin. All 4 ladies generally in the same area of the lane. Definitely breaking it down a little bit. However, you got wonder, everyone kind of on top of the same line. But they make them a little bit tricky here going into game 3. You never know. That's one of the fun parts, obviously. The invisible opponent. This week, competitors bowling on a 40-foot pattern courtesy of Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of short duration events here for USBC, as well as the USBC Open and Women's Championships and PWBA Tour. Also a gold industry partner, along with Columbia 300, Hammer, and Storm products.
Great point, Aaron, regarding the potential breakdown. They haven't bowled in a group setting with 4 competitors, for example, on a pair since qualifying.
It's very true. That's granted that did take place yesterday morning, the final block, but yeah, it definitely seems like we've been seeing match play for quite a while now, and is the case with the double elimination format, of course. But yeah, definitely going to transition a little bit quicker. Paula's still on cruise control. They're starting with the front four, a few 9 spares. Everyone bowling well here in game 2. Robin Flynn recorded her first double in the 5th and 6th. Might need a few more just like that though if everyone keeps filling frames the way they are. As well as throwing great shots like Jeanette Baker just did. 2-time World Cup champion. Representing Australia this week along with Flynn.
First open of the game and first open for either competitor during game 2 here.
It's a big 9th frame for Robin Flynn. Great shot, rings a 10. Open 4 out of 5. Flynn can still get to 217 with all 3 in the 10th. However, she's wouldn't be making up much ground on her competitors. Everyone bowling fairly well here. They've seen this pattern all week and know the moves, know the nuances. Have seen these pairs a few times as well, so it's going to take a decent number.
Good shot there from Paula. At the 10 to go late. Karen Barkle just bowling. And just doing her thing, not bothering anybody. She had back-to-back 220s. Another good finish there from Paula. 225 to go along with her 226 earlier. Karen Barkle, 224 on top of 223. Robin Flynn with a 10 pin. She can shoot 206. And they will still be trailing the competitors. Ed Baker with a chance to shoot 238. Needs the first one to hit the carry. About that.
Down to a knee. That's when you know you throw it good. Just an impressive overall performance looking at this game. Just one open up there for the entire group of 4.
Had to have it. From her perspective. Oh, get on up there, ball. Stretch.
Stretch, what a word.
Nice game. 238.
So 454, 451, 447, the top 3 scores right now. Robin Flynn at 381. Bowled well, but is just going to need to pull out all the stops here in the final game.
Yes, it's like 4-3 pins difference.
May need some help, but Aaron, you mentioned earlier just what could happen in the third game from a lane perspective. I mean, transition that has taken place already, how it may affect ball reaction for all competitors.
Definitely so. And that's the thing for Paula, Jeanette, and Karen at the moment. Just making sure they don't get caught in that if it happens, and you can give away a frame or two when you got a 50, 60 pin cushion, but if it gets out of hand quickly, you never know. That was just a rough shot there. That one got to the right. Mark London joining us in the chat. He'll be happy to know in my travels today I talked to someone from St. Cloud, Minnesota. They had never heard of you though, so I'm sorry about that. I should have mentioned the Helicopter 9 first. But thanks for joining as always, Mark. Good to hear from you. Ooh, just enough. Gives it a little kick at the end there. Paula always having fun out there. We've been talking so much about how the lowest series out of these 4 competitors will be done bowling. However, only 7 pins separates these top 3, and just imagine the difference from being in that first match to all of a sudden getting to that 3 seed. Big difference, more time to rest, 1 less match to win. Robin Flynn not ready to be that 4th person out yet.
Open frame there for Jeanette Baker missed a 10-pin.
Uh-oh. 7-10 in the third for Paula. Takes the one, every pin important down this stretch. Once again, you never know. No need to give away count. Nice bounce back for Baker. After the miscue on the single pin in the second. That was a no-doubter right there. Robin Flynn.
Okay, Robin.
Getting the love on the 4-pin there, tripping it out.
Get a little verbal. Okay.
Fourth frame, Paula. Getting pretty quiet here at the Orleans. As we get down to this final game. It's again a big thanks to Mike Kaufman and his staff here at the Orleans for helping us out throughout the week. She liked that one off her hand.
I like it from Robin here. Showing some emotion. They're getting verbal in the playing field, because that's the bowler's playing field there on the approach lanes. That's their area. I don't have a problem with a little emotion.
Not at all. After all these games, this is it. There's no more double elimination after this. This is
definitely it for one person. But when we get to the last game, we should see the competitors just kind of let it all remain on the lanes. And you get the sense that the Robin Flynn four-bagger has lets the other competitors know ever so slightly that she's still there.
absolutely. I mean, it's nice to have the The cushion there, but that's a second 10-pin missed by Baker. But yeah, how quickly the tides can turn. Big break there for Paula. Karen has just been steady and smooth, like you said, just doing her thing. Just maintaining that 1-3, and she's gotten off to the right start here. Quickly putting herself in a good spot to be that number 3 seed.
Karen from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Won several medals in international competition as well. Tournament of Americas, the Lee Evans Tournament of Americas in 2014. Talk about quality shot making.
She's definitely responded after both of the single pin misses with fantastic shots on 19.
See if Robin can keep it going here.
That looks left off her hand.
Bush get some help.
Oh, goodness.
She will. It's getting a little interesting here.
Absolutely.
It's getting a little interesting. Sudden, Robin's swing is, backswing's getting pretty loose. Other competitors starting to tense up just a hair, maybe.
Just a bit.
First sign of trouble for Barkle. Don't recall her first game completely. That might be the first open for her.
She's going to prove you wrong and make it here.
Potential.
Potential.
I beg your pardon. My apologies, Karen.
If I'm Karen, though, I'm just thinking about 2 here, not take the count. Get every pin possible. With Paula and Jeanette just not doing what they were doing the first 2. Fill some frames. Getting closer and closer to that number 3 spot.
Ball change has been great for Robin Flynn. She's getting the reaction that she wants on back end at the end of the pattern. See if she can keep it going here in the 6th frame.
How about that? Crowd getting louder and louder here.
I'd say she's got the right ball.
Right ball, right part of the lane.
Well, you can see it. The ball she previously was throwing would have, she left a shot there from Baker. Jeanette trying to settle back in after the 2 10-pin misses. Flynn left the four, 5, 7 in the first frame, or excuse me, the first game.
I think that was the second shot of the 10th.
And that was clearly she saw it, and more than enough for her to make a change, and that has worked out so far here. Well, the more the pins stand up, the more opportunity for Robin Flynn. That's with any of the other 3 competitors. Jeanette Baker had the
Nice break for Karen there, tripping the 3 forward. Right-hander's best friend.
finished that last thought about Paula misses a 7-pin. Baker again had the largest lead at 73 pins between her and Robin Flynn. Paula Vidal was 70 up. 7th frame for Flynn.
Oh.
Touches the 10-pin. Nice run there from Robin, and now a 10-pin. Needs to take care of. Here's Baker.
Could have had a different result there. Ball running high on the head pin. Just leaves the 3-6.
Looks familiar, right, Aaron? Robin Flynn, last game, needed to make the comeback.
Absolutely. Heard a little yell there from Paula after releasing that one. Knew it was good. We're seeing a lot of 9 counts up there, and the miss in the 7th. She knows it's not where it was a while ago.
See many of the shots starting to roll high for these competitors. Baker making an adjustment there.
And, you know, we mentioned that very first game where we saw Robin have the big comeback. Someone actually mentioned in the chat, too. She's probably got the lowest rev game out of our 4 remaining folks, and all of a sudden they're finding the struggles here in game 3, and all of a sudden they're having to make their moves for Robin. It's starting to open up for her. She can just stay where she's at, and she's getting a little bit better ball reaction just like that.
Really appreciate the viewers.
And I'm really appreciating the show Robin Flynn is putting on here in game 3.
What a ball change. That's why it's a total pinfall match. 3 games.
So right now, if all players are to strike out, I have Paula Vidal being low at 654. Jeanette Baker at 668. Karen Barkle 662, and Robin Flynn 660. So this is quickly turned into not only for the final spot, but for seeding for the stepladder. Paula walking it out and sends the 6 around the 10.
Oh.
Oh.
Get on out of there, 4-pin.
Get on out.
Yeah, slap that one out, man. That's one you just go ahead and do it.
Just what a performance here. 8 out of 9. Paula converts, but I mean it's so close right now between anyone. This is what you came to see. That ball's gonna have to hustle. Doesn't get quite up the hill.
Wow.
Leaves the 8.
Aaron, this is like, yeah, you use another sport, for example. If you leave a game early, you think it's a blowout. Oh.
Oh, goodness.
That's his, boy, this one has turned quickly.
It has.
Finish that quick thought. Another game, another sport, you leave, you think it's a blowout all of a sudden. Said team comes roaring back and you can't get back in the door because you left the stadium too early. But if you left too early in this one, Messenger, no.
Are you saying you got Reggie Miller then? Oh, New York fans don't like that one.
Wow.
I just went there. Oh, goodness gracious. What's happening here?
Wow.
If Karen converts, she's in the stepladder. Just a matter of position.
I'm generally an individual, keeps the emotions in check, but this is I'm right along with them. Oh, that's got a hook. That's sigh of relief, Karen. Yes, indeed.
Don't be scared.
I think it's pretty. I think it's going to be up to, looks like Jeanette Baker. Am I right there? Aaron following the open. She's at 172. Or excuse me, this is Paula Vidal. That strike will give her 172.
All right, so 623 for Paula.
JB led Paula by 3 pins. And she can tie her. Or beat her.
So it looks like she needs to fill 18 here. Karen Barkle on the show. 641. That'll be enough. Emil.
This is a professional. I don't know if she was an actual professional at one point or another. I'm sure she has competed throughout. 2-time World Cup champion. She has had a few struggles with some single pins in this game. She's got one to make here. She will need 8. As Robin Flynn has come back almost from nowhere in
And
comparison to the other competitors in their first 2 games.
first off, needs it.
Turned it back on.
Hey, she missed 2 of those already this game. But now, 8 pins. She's the 5 seed. 7 pins. We have a tie. Anything less, Paula sneaks in.
2-time World Cup champion. Needs 8 pins.
Robin Flint is going to win this after.
That is impressive.
How about that? Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Well-deserved round of applause. Robin Flynn, 279 to get to 660. To lead the way, she'll be the number 3 seed. Karen Barkle from Albuquerque, 641. She'll be our 4 seed. She'll get lane choice against Paula Vidal, who beat out Jeanette Baker by 1 pin at 623 to 622. I'm not sure what just happened.
Wow.
That was unbelievable. So much craziness that game. Holy cow. What a finish on Bowl TV here to determine the stepladder finalists of the 2016 USBC Senior Queens. Whew.
I'm amazed. Congratulations to all who just made it. Paula, Karen, and Robin Flynn, and specifically Robin Flynn making a clutch ball change, getting the tape right. 279 on the end. At the same time, her teammate, countrymate, Jeanette Baker. Some uncharacteristic things based on what we've seen this entire tournament. That's just a tough way, man. We talked about her and the run she's made, and to miss it and the way it happened, that's a tough one.
That absolutely, and that's just, yeah, to have your weekend like that is just definitely something you don't want to see. But at the same time, talk about an amazing run for Jeanette. Losing that first match, making it all the way here. And then making the 10 pin after having a few misses there. But yeah, definitely an unexpected ending, but what a finish here on Bowl TV.
Indeed, congrats to Paula Vidal as well. She too lost her first match and has made the step ladder, so a lot of bowling to get to this point. Congratulations to her and Karen Barkle. Again, Karen just doing her thing, nobody kind of paying attention. A great competitor as well. We talked about the international experience she has, winning medals with the Lee Evans Tournament of Americas also. So she knows what she's doing. It's going to be a great step ladder. And if it's half as exciting as what we just saw here, then we're in for a good evening.
All right, folks, that's going to do it for our broadcast at this moment. We're going to shut the cameras off for a little bit. We'll be back at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 Pacific here in Las Vegas, so a little under 3 hours for the stepladder final. Once again, top seed Robin Romeo, the USBC and PWBA Hall of Famer, looking for an unprecedented third consecutive Senior Queens title. The number 2 seed Tish Johnson, the Hall of Famer, looking for her first Queens title on the regular or senior side after 3 consecutive runner-up finishes. Number 3, Robin Flynn, just put on a show. Number 4, Karen Barkle, smooth and steady, taking care of business. Paula Vidad, the 2011 champion, 5 seed. So come back soon. Check that out. For Emil Williams Jr., I'm Aaron Smith. Craziness. Be sure to watch that again on the archive if you just tuning in now. Unbelievable finish here on Bowl TV. That's going to do it. We'll see you in a few hours, and we'll crown a champion here at the 2016 Senior Queens. Take care. We'll see you soon.